Good morning, 18th of July, 2025. My, how time flies when you're having fun, huh? Okay, so welcome to my virtual trading journal. Of course, the usual disclaimers apply. This is not for financial advice or trade advice or medical advice or, life advice. It is my trading journal. I do this because I don't multitask well. So the scheme here is I am able to record my screen's video, and then my voiceover gives insight as to what I was thinking. And that alleviates me. I believe journaling is very important to your career and to your journey as a trader. And so doing this stream this way alleviates my need to screen snap and type and do things that otherwise distract me in the day. And if you listen here very long, you'll realize that I need to be focused as much as I can. The disclaimer is in the description here. Past performance is not indicative of future results, which is probably one of the most important things we hear as traders, and pretty much everybody blows off as being some sort of lawyer speak or boilerplate, but it's really the truth, and it is a statistical fact. So there's that. All the times that you see on my charts that I refer to are Central Standard Time. And it's important to know that I'm not monetized by this stream in any way. I'm in it for the subs and likes. And again, it's my virtual journal. Now, the reason I stream it to YouTube is because it provides a completely transparent and accountable method to record everything, right, that's ever happened in all my streams, and Bookmap very, very clearly and very accurately just records any kind of a trade that you do, entry, break-even line, stops, targets, etc., any movement of any of those things, and the price as recorded in ticks, or the profit or loss or whatever, number of contracts, etc. So there is that. Also, because I record to YouTube or push this to YouTube, I can review the stream on any device, which is pretty handy. I don't have to be standing here at my desks to do that. So that is that. Let's look, and I'm sure I forgot something to do there, but you got the disclaimer, you got the fact that I'm not monetized, and so not motivated in any way other than trying to improve my trading, which is the goal here, right? And if what I say or do can help somebody, that's just great. That would make me feel extra good. So the next order of business are the reports. Now we've already had the building permits and things out at 7:30 this morning. And the Michigan number is coming up at 9. Then there's a bunch of speakers and some of the typical Friday stuff. Today is options expiration, third Friday of the month. So that's something to keep in the back of your little minds. This Michigan number doesn't usually have 3 stars, but it can often move the market. So keep your eyes peeled around 9 o'clock. As far as financial juice, there's the housing stuff. There's the earnings. We are in earnings season. Didn't mention that one, I guess. And earnings for today are a little bit light, which is great. Still kind of finishing up the financials. Schlumberger's now reported, so that's getting into that. Monday's light again, and then Tuesday we get a whole pile of them. That's kind of typical for the option for the markets, and for Buffett will be all excited. Coca-Cola is reporting on Tuesday, and Philip Morris, so that all the smokers out there will be happy. First, I guess it's also important to say that investing.com and the Financial Juice, these two are absolutely free. Sure, you can pay a subscription to get more live, whatever, live results or something like that. But I don't find any delay here to really be much of a bother to me. And they're both free. So there you go. Now we got, more Trump stuff happening at 12:30, and I think there's going to be a lot of, I would suspect news ahead of, there's always that risk now. So I don't know what to say about it. I'm tired of talking about it. So let's get into the pre-market. We closed right on our highs yesterday. Poor high if you're a market profile person. No excess whatsoever. Closed right on our highs, and as anyone would expect, when you do that, there's the market and the buyers will continue to have momentum to the upside. I was a little surprised that we only got about 10 handles up and then have traded back down and pretty much right back where we started. I kind of thought we would continue more than that, but we did not. This is the ES Mini, the NASDAQ Mini, and the ES Micro Composite. Now, we did put in a new all-time high yesterday, of course, and because of this little hoop-de-doo over here, we put in another all-time high in the ETH session, which, as I've said before, the regular trading session traders don't like that. And as they did yesterday, they pushed it up and put in a new all-time high. And then right over here. And then overnight, guess what? We put in another one in the ETH. So I would fully expect that we're going to go up and take that one out. Today, tomorrow, who knows? But for sure. Okay. And why is this market continuing to put in new all-time highs? The economy, we're suffering inflation because of the tariff story. Inflation on services, of course, is not coming in, and so that's what you hear a lot of conversation about. But the inflation on goods is increasing at an alarming rate, and what that means is the Fed is, by their mandate, prohibited from cutting rates. And I don't know how many times they have to say the uncertainty around tariffs are going to prevent us from cutting the rates. Everybody that I hear, I am not an economist nor a PhD, but all those folks who are say the same thing. It's really unbelievable to me that fact can't soak in. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, it's a weird time we live in right now, and a weird dynamic. Let's get back to the pre-market. So here we go. Micro composite chart is a daily RTH chart with daily candlesticks. So each one of these represents a day. Wherever price overlaps, I continue to draw a volume profile around there, and two things happen. The program will automatically generate high and low volume nodes, meaning red and green lines here at these highs and lows in the volume profile for this particular micro composite, and of course a value area and a high and a low and all those things, and very importantly a micro composite VPOC, which is right here, this yellow guy. Now, so here was yesterday. Here was that big, I hate Jay Powell spike down and then right back up to a doji 4 day before. Here was the big sell-off the day before that. Put in our new high right here. Then overnight it's put in a newer one. So, there you go. And this is the market profile for the ES. Now, these red and green lines are pushed automatically to Bookmap, as are the session prices. So let's look at the Bookmap. Now, here is the Bookmap, which is the execution platform. Hold on a minute here. I forgot to turn on something. There we go. Boom, boom. I monitor the stream on another machine, and I wanted to make sure I turned that on. Okay. So book map, micro composite column. There's the all-time high we put in on the 17th. That was, guess what, yesterday. And here's the new all-time high. Here was our all-time high from yesterday. This was the start of the RTH session. Start of the ETH session. Here's the all-time high. There's where I flagged it. And then overnight has to be a big shot and come over here and do this. Okay. Now, my workflow has, this is something I'm doing now, just to explain a bit. Once the market or the session starts, I flag it with this blue line, just for visual reference. And then I try to keep the session in view on this chart until it approaches an area where I'm planning to engage with the market, and then I can zoom in. But it keeps me grounded with context. So there's that. These are the high and low volume nodes, which you'll see are right there. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night. RTH volume profile, which will reset either automatically or I'll do it at 8:30 this morning. It's supposed to be automatic, but it's been struggling to do that lately for some reason. And this is an important column for me, which is my notes column. And the first thing I do is change the title of that column to represent the open type. There's only 4. There's higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, and lower out of range. And, you can use your imagination. Higher out of range and lower out of range are gap, up and or down, and then the other 2 are in range. So that's real simple. The reason I change the title of this every day is so that when I look back at a snap or the screen, I can look at this and understand immediately that data surrounding the open type, what happened in the overnight, right? I also flag this, and I didn't do this last night, so I'm remiss, but you can watch me do it now. I clear the notes, and then I put this flag, which represents the most recent naked volume point of control for the RTH session. This is, if I can get it lined up right, this marks, and this is the spot where the POC was from the RTH session last night at the close, right there. And that's, so by definition, that's a naked volume point of control. Okay. Now, a couple other things happen here. First of all, let's look at this. What are we doing? Well, there's the previous high and there's the previous close. There's only 2 parameters which control this open type, and it is where we would open today, where we do open today in the RTH session. And let's imagine it's right here where we're trading now. How does that relate to the previous RTH session close and the previous RTH session range? Well, we are higher than the close and we're outside of range. So this is going to change so far to be higher out of range. Now, when I look back at this snap or the stream, I'll know immediately what happened in the ETH without having to scroll in and out over here. And of course, it could come back down and get back in like it did yesterday. But that's how the open type is determined, and the open type determines what values we will enter, statistics values will enter associated with the price levels. I also flag the migrating volume points of control over here, so that's something I do through the day. This is the IRT session prices pushed automatically, and then you'll notice that there's no indicators on my charts or my book map. There is a POC for the full session and for the RTH session. Again, nothing mysterious or magical about any of these things. POC is just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Right here, 3501 is the amount of contracts traded so far in the overnight session, and that's why the POC is right there. The split second that one of these other levels is 3502, this yellow line is going to move there. That's all there is to it. Then there is a VWAP for both the Globex and for the RTH. There's a mid for the RTH. And then there are these lines, which are self-explanatory. And also another one, couple that can cause some confusion are the IB high and low. And they are that's an old acronym from market profile and meaning initial balance. What those levels represent really is nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. So there you have it. Simple, straightforward, statistics, math, logical, clear. And that's real important. Now, let's see what time we got, 16. All right, before we do the be able to trade here, let's look at the statistics quickly. And they come from this study in IRT. It highlights the correct open type after the open. So this was the open type for yesterday. And we've just determined together what the open type will be today. Higher out of range. Very simple. Again, the study looks back at 2,000 days, basically. Of those days that it reviews, we opened higher out of range, 513 of them. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.5% of the time, or 413 days. So we come back over here to, I guess I got to scroll this up so you can see it easier. The overnight volume point of control, 80.3. Bam. That's all there is to the whole shooting match. Now, I will simply go down this list. The next order of business is the overnight high, and that's 77.6, right? Overnight high. 77.6. Tough, huh? Now, it's important to understand these are not absolute targets. These are probabilities of the number of times that we have revisited these prices over a 2,000-day data set. Okay? Doesn't mean we're going to do that tomorrow, but after you've done this for a while, you'll realize that, yeah, we revisit the overnight volume point and control pretty damn frequently. We've done it 80.3% of the days out of 2,000 days. So they are very definitely places that you could be thinking about as targets, or understand that they are probabilities and not hard, fast lines in the sand, but they're not to be ignored, in my opinion. Now, the next one that I want to do is 65.9, and that's the IB high. Okay, and I'll show you why I want to do that. There's the IB high from yesterday. And that is 65.9% of the time. And now IB high. Okay? And why do I need to do that? Well, remember the definition of the initial balance, or the IB high and low. The minute we reopen in the RTH session, these flags are going to disappear and go to the high and the low of this current upcoming session. And so I'm going to be standing here in an hour, and I'm going to go, what the hell does 65.9 mean? What level was that? And I'm going to, by tagging it like that, I'm going to know that it was the IB high. All right. Next order of business would be the previous high. There you go. Previous high is 64.7. And that is right under here, right there, 64.7% of the time. And the overnight mid is 63.9. And that is hiding from us here. I think right under there. Let's see if we can open this up a little more. Now let's move on. I'm not going to argue with it. Huh. Let's look at the next one. Let's look at the IB low, which is 58.3. Now, this is going to be interesting. That's the IB high. Where's the IB low? Wow, got to be quite a ways down here, huh? Previous low. Okay, it's got to be ahead of that. Well, it's not even on here. What the hell is going on here? That's not, it must be buried under one of these. Because obviously, if we have the IB high and we have the previous RTH low, the IB high has got to be in the middle here. So there's something askew. I'm assuming that it's under, oh, it's right here. It was the low of the day. It is right under, and I should have remembered that. I'm sorry. The IB low is was the low of the day yesterday, and so it is the previous RTH low. Let's put that over here and go 58.3. Boy, I tell you. And that's the IB low and the P low. Well, it'll be in there. Okay. Now we have value area high, which is 46.8. Here's the value area low. That's not what we're looking for. The value area high. Okay. Now, one word about these. The value area high and low represent or are representative of the last auction, the previous auction. The developing value area high and low are applicable to the current auction. So there you go there. The previous close is 46.6. So while we're here, we'll do that. Okay. And that brings me to, yeah, I'm late for the TLab snap. So let's do that now. Oops, wrong one. The TLab snap is something that I do every day. And I try to explain it every day so it's not a mystery to anyone. First of all, you need to know what is the TLab. That's the important part. My snap is not so much. So the TLab is a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, and there it is right there. And it was started by a guy named Tom B, and it continues to be maintained and stuff by him. Every day I do 2 snaps in there. I used to interact a lot more than I do now, but because there's a lot of different people and a lot of chatting going on. So I post reports early in the morning, right there, and I do this snap every day at about 8:20. Now, things that you need to know about the TLab are the following. It is a Bookmap Discord chat room, as I said, and it is completely free. You do not even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap. And all the resources and the screen snaps and the this and that are free, and you will never be solicited for anything in the TLab. Now, Tom is a professional trader, 46, going on 46 years of experience, and very successful, apparently. You're not going to see pictures of Tom cruising in a wrapped Lambo or, gold chains or hip hop crap or something else going on. But you can tell after you've been around a while and listened to him talk and understand a few things about him that I believe he's the real deal as far as that goes. I believe what he's saying is the truth. I have no reason to question that at all. And I'm not saying you should take my word for anything as, gospel, but find out for yourself. If you are interested in good philosophies about trading, risk management, approaching trading as a business, basically the same stuff that I feel and I believe here. Morning, GA, by the way. Sorry, I didn't see you up there. If you believe any of those kind of things, it's the same idea, okay? I share those philosophies, and this is my stream as my journal, not to compete with the Traders Lab or anything else. And that's why I always put a blurb here every day about it and talk and describe it and whatnot. So there you are. Now this is the qualification. I only make the recommendation for the Traders Lab, even on the Bookmap Discord sites, because I've not certainly been to all of them, and I believe there's a lot of them. The other two that I did visit briefly were typical internet guru guys. The second word out of their mouth, they were trying to sell you something, which is completely fine. And that's absolutely Bookmap's business if they want to support that, kind of stuff. It's not interesting to me, and therefore I don't feel comfortable recommending something like that. I prefer to listen to or participate with someone who's not trying to make money off the fact that I'm buying something or subscribing to something, but that is making money by trading and trying to further that business and help other people do that. And I believe that's genuinely what Tom's up to. And that's what I'm up to. And there's a bunch of good people in there too. There's Rod and Ned and Lefty and Kiloton and Antonio and didn't matter. A lot of names. There's quite a few people there, and I certainly am not going to call the roll, obviously, but. There we have that. So now the next thing I'm going to do quickly, and look at all this flurry we're getting here. The next thing I'm going to do is the important thing. You've got to be able to trade. And on Bookmap, in order to trade, you have to activate the trade control panel. And you have to select a way you're going to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. Chart. The only place you can trade is here in this active data column. Dome are the dome columns. And both, guess what? Both of them. There you go. Now, I also use multi-brackets. And I use a risk-neutral philosophy that works like this. You have to use an even number of contracts. The stop for the entire package is at one level. The risk-neutral scale, or T1, the first scale, is for half of the package and at the same number of ticks as the stop is negative in the positive. So what's the case? Well, when you achieve this scale, your trade is risk-neutral. The trade is paid for, and the worst you can do is scratch. The best you can do is let your stop run to target, and you've got 48 ticks. If it's a 4-lot, well, then it's a 4-lot, right? And all the same parameters apply. I'm hurrying because I'm late. We're going to open in a couple of seconds here. So the next thing almost forgot that. That would be a real bummer. The next thing I do is click the multi-trading account thing. Turn that on. Okay. Get over here. And there we are open, right? Now, I'm going to select this. It's 2 lots. I'm going to close that off so I get the real estate back. I can see what's happening up here. Now I need to double click this and see if the stupid thing will actually do what it's supposed to do, and it will not yet. I don't know what's wrong with this thing. Really irritating. I'm tired of it thinking about crap and not doing what it's supposed to, and this machine is more than enough horsepower than this stupid thing is up to. There we go. All right, so sorry about that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to flag this right here. This is how I flag the migrating volume points of control. And why do I do that when the yellow brick road will continue to plot all day? Because it's going to scroll off the left. And my game plan here is to be able to see all the data that I think I need to trade here on the hard right edge. Okay. I gotta either start the stream earlier or do something. It seems like I'm always rushing and behind the curve here to open lately, and I don't like that. The hurrier I go, the behinder I get, right? Hey, Antonio, morning. You'll notice that there's 2 POCs, which I mentioned. The more muted yellow is the full session, and the brighter yellow is the RTH. So here's our next migration right here. The last few days, well, yesterday and I think the day before that, so that's the last few in my book, the IB low has been the, or high, you know, oftentimes is the extreme of the day. If you'd have gone long off the IB high or gone long, for example, right here yesterday, you would have never looked back. Now, I'm not certainly saying that that's the thing to do, but you can see right here, there's the open, there's the IB low, and whoop, we never looked backwards. Now what I need to do that we've opened is switch my charting to the day session only. This will ensure that the previous, or the value area high and low, reflect the previous RTH auction. There we go. And I'm not in too big of a hurry here, because what I'm doing now is, by the way, I also track and plot these exact same configuration here for the ES and the NQ micros. And I'll talk about that later, I guess. If you're going to manage your risk, the first thing you have to do as volatility increases is size down, right? That's how you can manage risk and maintain the same package structure for the risk neutral package. Well, when you're trading a 2-lot, how the hell are you going to size down and maintain an even number of contracts? So the next thing you've got to do is step down to micros. That's why this is here. Boop. With that big close on the highs last night, I was pretty much expecting that we were going to continue to rip, and we did, but only 10 handles. That was kind of surprising. I thought they'd get a lot more oomph out of it than that, a lot more follow through. So what have I forgotten to do here? Well, let's go through the, let's run down the checklist quickly. I've got my start in there, which is not correct. How the hell did that happen, you know? Now, it isn't much. This is what I did. This is what I did the other day before yesterday, when I accidentally, the hell is going on? Doesn't make any sense here, boys and girls. There we go. When I accidentally clicked inside of the live data column and found myself in a trade I hadn't planned on. Now, my trade plan says immediately cancel that and flatten out, which I did right up here. It turned out to be to go on to my T1 and my T2 without any heat whatsoever, but that's not the point. The point is the trade plan says do it, and that's what I did. I have a screen capture of all of that stuff over here. So there's, it's in the stream and whatever else. So, but that's important. And here we are up here now. Look at us go up. What a surprise! Higher. As I've said before, and I think I've said already this morning, the RTH people do not like levels put in place by the ETH. And you'll notice that here was our all-time high. We've already put in a new one. It's, we're already above yesterday's high. We gapped up and actually we did gap up. So it was a gap rules there for about a second and a half, but I'm not going to be busy putting it in there because it's already done and dusted. And right here, we've closed the gap right there in the first couple of minutes, and so there you go. We touched the gap right there. They don't like that, so they've already taken out that previous RTH high, but they've got this overnight high up here above them, and that is, by definition, the all-time high. So let's see here. Seems like I'm kind of fumbling about a bit. Sorry about that. And I say that I didn't see the follow through off the open, RTH Open last night that I expected, but it was 10 handles, right? So if you just threw a long on, quite typically when we close on an extreme high or low like that with some momentum, the market doesn't just shut off. There's orders sitting there and people are still clicking and all fired up and the coffee's kicking in and whatever else. It typically follows on, and it did, but not much. But much is relative, right? I below, value area high, previous all-time high, all in a pile. We have settlement and our overnight volume point of control, our naked volume point of control, which was yesterday's RTH POC at the close. You're just... Sometimes this thing struggles, I tell you, and I don't know why. I built my own trading computers. I think I've said this before. And typically I had used Ryzen's. This one I thought when we came back, just moved back over here to the States. And I thought, well, I'll see what's up with Intel. So I got what I thought was the best and most top of the line Intel chip at the time, a processor, 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM and all that stuff, and an RTX NVIDIA RTX GPU, and it seems to struggle. In my opinion, it's got more horsepower than these two programs could ever want to use, but it seems to struggle. And when I look at the when I open up the utility program for the computer and the GPU and stuff from the motherboard, it doesn't ever seem to be at any of its limits, but you can see how it chokes around here, you know, and that's really frustrating. And I'll say that it could be coincidental that, you know, suddenly the market is trading a hell of a lot more volume and whatever. So maybe it's just coincidental, but I never noticed that choking with the Ryzens. And if you've got plenty of money and you're making a lot of, you know, and you're real successful, you get yourself the biggest Threadripper you can find, and you never have any issue at all, obviously. And this machine costs, I don't know, by the time I bought all the parts and built it, it ended up, you know, it's not some crazy amount of money. It's maybe $2,500 to $3,000 or something, water cooled. And, you know what I mean? It's not some over the top thing like a Threadripper that just the CPU alone is more than that. Or was, I don't know anymore. I built this and got back over here in 21, so I built it at the end of 21. Okay. Now, what I'm doing is vetting and only focusing on the IB trades. So I'm going to be standing here narrating and yeah, too high, too low. I understand that that thinking, and I know it's part of Tom's stuff. What I'll be doing is waiting for the IB to set, which is by definition 9:30. And then there are two trades that can spin out of that. That's the IB high or the IB continuation and the IB failure. Typically, if we are in a rotational or a mean reverting type of day, the IB failure is the choice because it is essentially a mean reversion trade. If we're in a more directional day with contacts moving one direction or another, as it was yesterday, we're in a IBC or IB continuation trade. Now, had I not fluffed up my world yesterday with that, I was trying to draw some lines and talking about how we're having lower highs and higher lows. In other words, focusing and getting wound up tighter and tighter. And I accidentally clicked over here, which is a problem when you've activated both. You see how the mouse turns to a $sign? I accidentally clicked just on that side of that line and boom, I was in a long. Really irritating. And I immediately flattened per my trade plan. And then, of course, it went straight to my take profit one target and straight on up eventually to my second target and higher than that, and never came back and looked at that mistake. But that's not the point. The point is that you stick to your guns. So here we go. Now they've got the range, what? There's RIB low, 43, 53. Well, 10 handle range. And that's, something's wrong. You see that right now? The volume profile is not correct because it didn't reset on time. So what I'm going to do is clear the reset. And now it's correct. God, that's frustrating. But it's, at least there's a way to, there is a way to deal with it, at least. And, you know, I've had my reset configuration for this column set like this for a year or two, and it worked perfect until recently, and I couldn't tell you why. I've talked to Lena at support, and somebody in the TLab suggested that it was a problem that my computer clock was not synced properly with the time server, and that was throwing Bookmap off, and that doesn't seem to be the case in my, you know, I was hopeful that was it, but it didn't seem to be the case. So I don't know. I have it now set to reconfigure it, you know, to reset on that configuration. Plus I have it set to reset on double click, so I can get it to at least be sort of close. And then after I notice that it's not right, I get rid of the reset and it reverts back to the 830 number. So beats the hell out of me. It looks to me like it's just choking on the data coming through, and somewhere down the line, those column resets are not as high a priority in the code, I guess. I would love to find an alternative to both IRT and Bookmap that would work together. I was hopeful that Quantower might be that. They're expensive, but they work great. So, you know, I have to revert back to my old ranch upbringing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I do keep looking, though. There's no question about that. Now I'll try to get these wound down to about $1 high. Like right, that's pretty close, 50 cents. And keep the entire session visible until I'm going to scroll in and when you just have it scrolled into $1 wide, that's a pretty tight rotation, isn't it? Perspective can be a lot, this thing, in my opinion. Yeah, we've got news at the top of the hour. It's the Michigan number. It's not a 3-star number, but in my opinion, it has always had a market moving idea. And I don't hold into the news. I'm not even considering putting on a trade until 9:30 because I'm working on the IB stats. That's that. What is going on else? Let me see. I probably forgot to do something. I don't know what. Seems like the stream is trickling down the hill, so that's a good thing. I've got my charts on day session. That's good. Expected move. I'm not sure what to think about that. And we got a day high and we got the start in there. So I guess, and we've got the volume profile aligning with the IRT flags. I rely on IRT pretty heavily for a sanity check against Bookmap. I'll be the first to say that. In fact, I actually built, this is a version, It doesn't seem to want to be working. Yo, IRT just choking, man. This is pretty soon the heat map will grow here. So this is IRT's whatever I was able to put together as a heat map version of Bookmap that you can trade off of. And there's the dome, and you see the heat map starting to grow here. And all those levels can be controlled with up here. Plus it has the session prices. Thinking of it as an alternative, but it's clunky, and that's the unfortunate part or fortunate part about Bookmap is that it's without a doubt the slickest. May have its problems, but it's the most user friendly and the slickest alternative or idea like this that I have found. I've had Jigsaw for years. And it has a thing that Pete calls the auction vista, which is the same idea. Heat map and circles and whatever else he calls them. It's terrible. I mean, not tradable to me. And it's the big strength of Bookmap was always the dome. And the older I get and the more dyslexic I become, that dome was just soup. It doesn't do me any good. Speaking of the dome, we've got a $1.89 sitting at 60. $1.90 now, and you'll see where that's up here. 500 boy, haven't seen him around for a girl, haven't seen them around for a while. And this is level 2 dome, of course, which is, the full book. And there's that number. There's Michigan. Michigan is a funny number because you can buy it. You can buy an advanced release. So I like Jigsaw, but it's really a great program in the fact that it never bogs down or hangs up, and you can do different stuff with it. And I traded with it for a long time, but that Vista thing and the charting package they brought in is real substandard. I haven't, Pete's based up in Bangkok and we were in KL, so it's, an hour and a half flight or whatever away. That's one of the great things about living over there. You're living about an hour away from everybody's ideal vacation destination. Run up to Phuket for the weekend or Bali or wherever. Yeah, I bought Jigsaw. Jesus Christ, 2000 something or another. 12 or 13, I guess. So, okay, here we go. Is everybody, you guys rich yet? I think you broke Panda's heart, Antonio. She doesn't come in here singing. Or else Mom fed them too much. They're sleeping, I guess. Funny times, huh? The way the market's moving, it's so crazy with all the random risk. Maybe that's a good name for it. Random risk. All the tweets and the weird stuff. Tight range, huh? We're still holding, 10 handles? Okay, let's see now. Get this thing going over here. Funny how different perspective is. This is TopStep X, which I try to kind of keep an eye on now and then just to see what's going on over there. Look at this big opening candle. This is a 5-minute opening swing candle on this exact. This is the MNQ. I'm sorry, but looks pretty different, doesn't it? Than here. The Rinkos make a little more sense to me than one big candle there. Well, I wouldn't necessarily have a bias to be short. I don't think I'd have a bias. We've been going up like crazy, and we have a new all-time high in the ETH, which typically motivates the RTH guys to take that level out. Now, beats me. I don't see any news catalysts coming in. There's a random risk threat, of course, but I don't know that I'd be predetermined or, biased to a short at this point. That's just thinking out loud. I was trying to figure out a way to show you guys. Get the right screen up. I'm sleepy. Did it go now? One of the you were talking about trading music. Some of these, like this jazz over here, or this trading music, kind of that backgroundy stuff. I think more of a jazz than I do that the kind of house trance beat kind of thing. This is just random YouTube stuff that I don't know. I try to keep different accounts so that I don't, Now I can't use any of those for the stream because of the copyright thing. And it's not that these guys go after you. It's that the YouTube algorithm for some, it's pretty amazing, but the YouTube algorithm, when it processes your stream, somehow can figure out what music is where and if it's yours or not, and checks for a copyright. So because I did use that isn't exactly the trader one that I had found that I liked, slow jazz trading or whatever it was called. And I can't see it on this particular YouTube account. But I did try that as a background, and sure enough, it comes up with a strike. The way you test those out, in case you're ever messing with YouTube, is you run a stream. There we go. Somebody said something. Yeah, Michigan, huh? What the hell was this? Was this the Michigan prelim number? I guess. What happened over here? Who's on third? No? Nothing. It could have been earnings, I guess. It could have been an earnings. We have a couple of earnings calls, and there's the Michigan number. The sentiment prelim is 61.8. And the 5-year inflation prelim is down, I guess that's it. So there you go. I was thinking this was 9 o'clock and I wasn't paying attention. Need to go back to bed, I guess. Disappointing yesterday to not be able to take that continuation trade. This is pretty weird. I'm not understanding why I'm not seeing stuff over here. Sorry, I'm busy looking through my screen snaps. Huh. Oh, wow. Wait a second here. I'm way off. Yeah, here is just, out of curiosity. Well, okay, good for you there, I guess. Here was that fat finger. And scale, target. Now here was the IB trade that I was waiting for. This is the replay, by the way, that I do to verify and record for my in the static journal that Rod has put together. You can have missed trades and then compare what happened, what your real results are, and now what happened if I had not missed these trades, right? Vetted trades. So at the end of every day, when I have not taken a trade, but I have missed a trade like this one right here, I replay from Bookmap and trade it exactly with my bracket. Now, I have started doing two things recently. This is where the bracket second target would be, and that's all I put in the static data. This is actually how the trade would have the outcome of the trade, 2 new all-time highs, if I'd have managed it normally. And you'll notice no heat whatsoever the whole day up for the IB continuation. And in fact, if I'd have just been not so Johnny on the spot over here with this fat finger, I would have, or fat mouse, whatever you want to call it, that would have been stellar. But my plan says the second I make any kind of an error like that, flatten fast as I can, which I did this time, and turns out it would have been great. But that is probably the worst thing that can happen to you, in my opinion, is to positively reinforce an error. So anyway, this is how I do that, and then these snaps go into that journal. So that's that. But this was yesterday's fat finger, and then being on my back foot and not, still kind of not thinking correctly, I didn't take this IB continuation trade, which met every criteria. So that's I should also put that as an error, I guess, but, or something, I don't know. But that's why that's the way I do that. So it's not some, made up kind of thing. And if you know Bookmap, you know that it very accurately. If you didn't have the replay line up here at the top, which they do, and it's a very good thing they do, where every internet guy would be, YouTube guy would be saying that's what they were doing live. You can't tell the difference between a live trade, the live market and the replay. It's exactly what you see right here, right now. Pretty amazing. Got filled at 54 short. Okay, right there at the IB high. How the hell did you do that? We haven't been there yet. Oh, okay. Right off the open, huh? No, wait a minute. We haven't been up to 54 yet. Did we just get there? What's going on now? Why is this thing not up there? Something's wrong somewhere. Something's wrong with my data here someplace. And this is not showing anything in the RTH volume profile. Oh, magical. Okay, there we go. Well, that's bullshit. Why isn't that? I'm sorry, that's crap. Why isn't that? Yeah, I see that we got up here now, but right here on the Michigan number, huh? Brave boy. Man, good for you. So you're looking at 10 handles there. Good man. I mean, more than that, 12 handles. Sweet. Well, you're done. Go chase mama and, get her cornered there somewhere. You're all done for the day. Okay, so we've rolled over 9 o'clock. Let's see if Rod's IB30 works. I'm guessing that it will. Yeah, nice trade. I mean, yeah, 12 handles. I don't know. Looking at this liquidity down here at 30, is that your idea? What's 30 over on this side of the fence? Basically the IB low. No, it's basically the IB high from yesterday. Kind of the value area high. This data is not right. I'm going to reload my IRT data. Something's wrong, or else I need to go back to bed. I like that option. My value area low is down here at 63.20-ish somewhere. 63.21 actually. And that is, okay, now it's moved. I was going to, because a minute ago that was up in here. I was going to say, something's wrong here. Okay. There we go. That makes a little more sense. And there's the IB low, IB high. Oh, okay, yeah, those line up. So here's our IB high from yesterday. Here's the value area low. It's redoing the data now. Reloading everything. I might as well reload the NASDAQ Iraqi while I'm at it. We're settled 63.40 half. Yep, that's about right. Okay, well, that's good. All right, cool. Whoop. Get your trading shoes on. I'm going to go reload the tea glass here. Right. What happened? Are we rich yet? Well, it did. But just the spike right there. I mean, yeah, it doesn't look like it did to me either. That was my question. And now this son of a bitch is back. Well, it is showing 22, but it's not even showing up here at the IB high. So, yeah. Magical. I would still like to get that one yesterday. Irritated me. I have to be really careful about things. You know what I mean? This is my world, right? And it's, remember my journal. Missing the fat finger yesterday, missing that beautiful IB continuation trade. I have to be real on guard that I'm not revenge. I don't know, not revenge trading is not the right word for it, but upset or wanting to make up or whatever you want to call it. I have to be very aware of that today. That I don't, my bias doesn't say, well, I really want to get one of these IB trades off, today, this week, whatever, and not be completely open-minded about it. Yeah, the IB high that I have here is 53.5. Antonio, do you have trades that are around 54 on IB? $53.5 is also the high. Well, of course, it's going to be the same on both of my systems because they're both running off the same data, right? They're both running off Rhythmic. Let's see what Mr. TopStep X has got to. Ooh. Now, this, remember, is the MNQ. They're not having a good day. Let's see if I can figure out how to break this. ES. Okay. Well, there we go. 53.5 is the high on the ES according to the data from these jokers here, according to TopStep. See if I can get it back without breaking everything. Ooh, okay. So, yeah, well, lucky you. Lucky you. That's a skill you need to develop if you can get filled outside of the market. That's pretty cool. That's kind of like, that'd be as slick as being able to get paid for replay trades, I think. What data are you using? Are you using Rhythmic, right? If I remember right? Everywhere? Well, you can't. Now you can't vet some anomaly or some error. I mean, that I know of. So here we are poking around. Well, Rod got his IB30 here. Man, I don't know what's happening everywhere else, but this MNQ is heading for China over here on the TopStep. What's going on here? Come on, you sucker. Yeah, it's not having a good day over here either. The TopStep is the micro. Remember, this is the mini. We've traded. They backed off of that all-time high, and don't forget that today is options expiration, SPX. VIX expired on Wednesday. Today is SPX, spiders or spoos or whatever it is, and other stuff. So there's a lot of hocus pocus goes on with those guys. I've determined that options traders are typically on average a hell of a lot smarter than I am. I also suspect that a lot of it's language, like, expected move and gamma and delta and all those ones. And they really are just, they're really just describing, the Greeks are just describing a condition with the market that can be, you can understand in normal terms. Okay, now what's going on? Well, we're closing in on the IB. Story. Looking at my got an app that I use in conjunction with OBS that adds the timestamps here, and I've set up a system of hotkeys for it, for the numbers and pre-market and those kind of things. I try to make sure I stick to the order kind of, so that for me, it needs, I guess I've always liked checklists, right? Or used them before. So makes sense for me to go down the list, just like those poor sons of bitches in India. Can you imagine crashing and killing all those people because you had the damn fuel valve shut off? Boy, that is a gross error. Of course, it doesn't matter. They're dead, but, you know, good for you. Yeah, same story over here. GA as far as the rhythmic goes, and congratulations on the getting flat off of 54 at 37. That's nice. Damn near 20 handles. That's pretty cool. That doesn't matter. The point is that you read the market, you traded, you made the trade, you made the entry, and you got the points. You can always scale up or change, right? That's the immaterial part. It's the mechanics of the skill of doing it, in my opinion, that matter. You can always scale up, right? That's one of the things about trading. Or size up, or, you know, however you want to look at it. You can always, instead of 6 micros, you can always be doing 3 minis, or, you know, or whatever. Let's see now. Seems like I'm forgetting something. Process over profits, I guess. Let's see now. If I remember correctly, there was a bunch of random risk going to present itself before too long. Well, 12:30. The dear leader is going to be swearing in ceremony for IRS. Oh, that's got to be great. So what are they doing to the IRS? Are they putting in new people or something over there? And signing ceremony for Genius Act. That's got to be something. At 4. So schedule-wise, nothing until 12:30. But don't know what that means, really. Random risk. That's my new term for it. I've decided that's going to be it. Okie dokie, 925. What have we done? Well, we've extended lower. Surprisingly. There was that random boop just ahead of 9 o'clock there. Or 9:03, I guess that was Michigan. Now we're doing this. And we did this. And you see how that's lagging there? Doesn't want to respond. Weird, so weird. What's going on over here is this stupid thing. There's how the heat map. There's how the heat map plots. And I have it set to auto center, trying to get so that the dome and the price levels are at the same spot. It could work. I mean, you could definitely trade off of that, but it's kind of clunky as far as jumping and jerking, I think. Let's get back to the real McCoy over here. Wow. That is really irritating. Boy, the NQ is just falling out of bed like nobody's business. Coming through the Globex low on the NQ here. Actually, both Globex low for the ES also. Globex meaning the full session, right? Don't forget that this is, where am I? This is the ETH low up here, and this is the Globex low. So we've gotten actually lower. and in my my book map, this is the full session or the Globex. Maybe I should change that name. It started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue to do so through 1600 today. This is not just the E8, the ETH. That's why these are now the same, and that's why this is a new IB low and a new Globex low. Down here's our previous IB high and the value area low. And Rod has got himself a new IB 30. I'm about ready to shut book or IRT down and restart it. This is really irritating me. All right, so now we're approaching the IB statistic. And what is that? Well, greater than 97.7% in all four open types. Price will exceed the IB low or the IB high in the balance of the RTH trading session after 9:30 Central Standard Time, because this is nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trade. Typically, there are two trades around it, which is the IB failure, essentially mean reversion, or the IB continuation, which is, self-explanatory. In a directional kind of a day, the IB continuation is I think the more favored trade. And in a rotational day, the IB failure, which is just nothing more than mean reversion trade, that's outside in, just a different name. OTW. What's OTW mean? I'm sure it makes sense. I just can't think about it. Anyway, so yeah, what I'm going to be doing now as we approach 9:30 is looking at here's where we are. So from a context point of view, what has happened? Context at this point is down. Surprisingly. Unlike yesterday, if you shorted the open and put your stop above the IB high, except for if you got lucky like GA over there, you wouldn't have even gotten close. Now I have to zoom in and start watching for the IB continuation trade as we approach 9:30. And there we have 9:30. So the IB is now set. The IB low will not move anymore, and the IB high will not move anymore. What would you suspect would be the statistic? I would say that a reasonable person would say that's going to be the IB low, because we're a tick above it, right? And the context of the day is down. And that certainly doesn't mean anything. In recent memory, I've actually called out jokingly in the TLab, well, now watch us take out the IB high, and sure as hell that's what happened. And somebody said, how did you know that? I said, just joking, man. It was just a, you know, it's a binary. It's a binary. It can either go up or down. You can pretty much going to be 50% right, you know, but that's how it goes. Yeah, single prints down so far today on the market profile chart down on the bottom side. Market profile as opposed to volume profile. See if I can do that. My stupid thing. That's really irritating that this doesn't work right. Really irritating. Yeah, this would be the single prints exactly in the B period. And here we are down here at the bottom. You're familiar with the term one-time framing, I suppose, right? You know, of course, well, you have market profile, obviously, I guess. You know, of course, that it's just a 30-minute bar chart, right? An expanded profile is just a 30-minute bar chart. So if you don't have market profile, you can get the exact same idea from it. And one time framing is simply a situation where, you know, we have lower lows and lower highs and lower lows on the way down, or the other way around. But in the market profile, you can only have price take out the previous high, since we're going down by 2 ticks. Otherwise, one time framing is broken. Is how the story goes. And we only have one. We have a weak high because we only have 1 tick of excess on the top. We only 1 tick the high by on B profile, on this B bracket, and each one of the brackets is 30 minutes. And here we are. Okay. There's 30 minutes. There's 9:30. The IB set, right wherever it goes, right there. We didn't take it out. That disappointed some people. And now we're up 2 or 3 handles here. Well, we're up a scale. So if you got long down here and you were fighting City Hall, you're scaled, and you're thinking you're pretty clever. Interesting. That wouldn't be a IB failure for me, nor would it be an IB continuation, obviously, but it wouldn't be an IB failure setup because we haven't taken the statistic yet, either direction. On the way, is that what OTW means? Okay. Well, the single prints are being made now. I guess. I'm not sure which single print you're talking about targeting, but yeah. I used to have a whole bunch of stuff from market profile, you know, different day types and, you know, different setups. The guy that I learned that with is dead. Jim Pendlebury. Not surprising. He was really hyper. And I don't imagine took much care of his health. That was the same room that FT71 learned market profile in, ironically. Boy, did he come a long way, huh? Difference in mindset and determination and stuff. That's for sure. Well, look at us fussing around up here. Boy, there's a whole lot of people that were betting on the come for that IB statistic that are bummed out. And that's something I think I mentioned yesterday. That's something that I realized very definitely that was a problem I had, would be anticipating this IB statistic and trying to trade to it. You know, that's definitely not something I'm doing anymore. I wait for the statistic to set and then act accordingly. But, you know, trying to trade for this up here and you're trying to trade for the IB statistic. Oops, that wasn't 9:30. Yeah, like in here somewhere. Bad idea. It never worked out well for me. Now I'd say we're going to get the IB stat, probably. And if this doesn't, something I also mentioned, and it's worth talking about here in my journal, I really am in awe of the guys that code the algorithms. If they can code out any kind of discretion, then they are superhuman, I think. And I guess that's why it's probably a matter of reference and time frame, you know, where they're just taking out small bites, front running, because most of those outfits are getting paid for, or paying for order flow, right? So like Apex up here in Dallas or Citadel or somebody, they're paying for order flow from all the Robinhood guys. So they see the orders. So if they see a whole bunch of short orders come in, then they front run it and sell to them. I think that's how it works. But in any case, I have realized that I definitely, here's a trigger, here is a setup. It's the IB statistic. Now, will it set up for an IB continuation or an IB failure? And at those parameters and that trigger, for me, I'm realizing is 100% discretionary. On my IRT, as the back testing, which I've, shown 2 or 3 times, I have to code something in, right, in order for the back test to work because it's a computer. But in the real market, I wouldn't be comfortable taking those trades exactly as I've coded them because I think of the discretionary part of it. Maybe that doesn't make any sense, but again, it's my journal and I'm thinking out loud. So there's our IB statistic by just a little screedle. yeah, I was, I think I said it in the pre-market. I was thinking about some responsive selling at the open for profit taking. And that's pretty much what we got going on. They were long all day. They closed on the highs and they actually continued higher. Not much, but 12 handles, I think. So, yeah, and it's Friday and it's expiration. So wouldn't you want to take some profit? Or would you want to go into the weekend with the random risk threat afoot and an expiration Friday? I don't know how, I wouldn't. No, I'm not thinking that I am not even considering the possibility that I would be putting on an IB failure here. Flat bottom, no excess. Here's the RTH low just below, one tick below the IB low. And we've got this, 207 contracts laying down here at 63.30. Which is excess to me and liquidity. Now, is it going to be a magnet and pull us down to the IB high and the previous value area high? Looks like if the ES follows the NQ at all, it looks like it's got downside written on it, but this is completely downside. I mean, completely rear view mirror commentary at this right now, but the gap rules, as funny as they are and as often as I talk about them, it's amazing how often they actually play out. Today we really did open in a gap. Not much of one, but we did. Here's the previous high, and there's our open. That's a gap. Okay? The gap rules say if you close the gap relatively early in the session and price is accepted within previous value area, there's a very high probability that you will trade across that value area. Now look what happened. We opened in a gap. We closed the gap early on. Price has been accepted in value area. And where are we trading? We're damn near across it now. It's amazing how often those kinds of statistics and old, market profile isms, those guys were, well, there was obviously the Peter Sotomayor and those people that were, educated and intelligent and statistically oriented and things like that. But most of those floor guys were just cowboys, man. A lot of them barely had high school educations, but they were good at what they did, or they crapped out early. I mean, the weed out rate was really high. Either got good at it and were successful, or you crapped out. So I guess that's how it worked. But they didn't know to do those statistics, and that wasn't really available. But intuitively, they understood those things. And those, that gap rules story comes from a long time ago. And I heard it from Jim Pendlebury. He barely got out of high school. And at one point, was a good enough floor trader in the bond pit. He was driving a Ferrari, and you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And good for him. Rest in peace. But yeah, that's how it worked. And those guys, the Borsellino brothers, read up on them sometime. Their dad was in the Chicago Mafia and was executed in a cornfield. And, it's crazy, some crazy stuff. Largest bond trader in the world, Lewis, I think it was the one. Largest bond trader in the world at one point. Some interesting stories from those floor trader guys. They had an unfair advantage, obviously. They were front running paper, which is the retail orders and stuff. So it was, it was that also, but Some pretty crazy stories, boy. That's for sure. And, and some real normal, stable, nice guys like Rick Santelli and those guys also. So, no, I'm not saying they weren't nice guys. I'm just saying it was pretty crazy. Pretty wild and woolly. And I was not part of that crowd, unfortunately. I am the right age bracket for it and would have loved to have, I guess, but never did. I think Tom has referenced a few times. He wasn't part of the floor either, but he was trading upstairs at that time, I think, and was friends with all those guys. They'd go out, Friday for steaks and cocktails at, 10 o'clock in the morning on a Friday, that kind of thing. So here we go some more, huh? Yeah, this market action and price action for me is the further we go here, the less interested I'm becoming. The NQ is turned around now off the low and heading back up, traded up through value. Now it's kind of fussing around some more. No news on the horizon except the risk potential. Yeah. Random risk, baby. No, Bookmap is Israeli, if I'm not wrong. They might have had offices up there where because they started out as a algo outfit, I believe. So what the hell do I know? Tom would probably know. I think he's pretty close to that whole thing. He probably owns the damn thing, or he's probably invested in it. That would not surprise me even a little bit. And good for him. But the story I knew of about Bookmap was that it is Israeli, an Israeli company, and was part of that whole. The Israelis are a lot like the Ukrainians. They've got real deep talent in coding. I know for a fact Elena, who is, because I don't know, just before all the Iranian bombing stuff was going on, I had an occasion to put a ticket in, and I got her, which is fantastic. If you ever have to do anything with Bookmap and you get Elena, super smart, always has fixed everything, real nice gal. And I asked her, I said, I hope you're not in Israel. I hope you're somewhere good. And she said, yeah, their support outfit is in Cyprus now. So, so that was good, because shortly thereafter, imagine. But that would be interesting. Bruce is, I'm sure there's something somewhere about where the company was originated and whatever else. There must be some history about it. Bookmap's been around quite a while. Look at us go. Here's Antonio's world famous VPOC migration, my nemesis. I guarantee I won't be taking this trade. It does complicate this issue, the thought process, doesn't it? Here's a VPOC migration, the first one of the day, if I'm not wrong. Well, or third, I guess. 1, 2, 3. Right down to the IB low, which statistic has been taken out in a day where our context is essentially down. So if anything would add up to a short in alignment with the VPOC migration and a IB failure or continuation trade, I guess this would be it. But I am so poor at that trade and so fuzzy on what is it. For example, is this test here to this liquidity in this previous high or this previous level? Is this the parameter that indicates you should take the short? I don't know. And that's why I just put my hand off the mouse and stand here and talk about it. I'm trying to figure it out, think out loud and talk about it, right? But that's like a double whammy, isn't it? You know, that's like a pretty gal with big boobs. That's got the whole package going on, man. That's got a VPOC migration south, a substantial one. And in order to get a price check at aisle 3, we'd have to get through all of these levels, settlement and close, and, you know, both VWAPs and the mid to get back up here to a price check at aisle 3 someplace. So, yeah, I'm just going to stand back and watch because I have no clue what to do at this point or any confidence to do anything. And I'm not at a point with where these trades are vetted, as we all have heard, and as I repeat frequently about trading as a business. After you have identified a setup and the qualifying criteria, then you capture a data set, a statistically significant data set of that setup and criteria, so that you determine it has an edge or not. And typically you best done away from the live market at that point. Once you have determined that, every time that setup presents itself in the live market, you take the setup and rely on the law of large numbers, just like a casino. The difference is, as I said a few minutes ago, for me, and at this point for me, I know that one of the two IB statistics are the ones that I'm vetting and I've had pretty good luck with so far. It's that criteria, especially around this thing, and also even with the IB, it's that discretionary part about it. For example, if for whatever reason you said the minute it goes 2 ticks below or whatever, you know, the IB level, then and pulls back 5 ticks, then I go short. Well, then I consider it to be those are just, you know, I'm just looking at the chart and pulling it out of my butt. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that any more than I would feel comfortable about taking this short from here, even though it is not only the IB statistic that's been set, it's the VPOC migration. So essentially it's a double signal. Frustrating too, because I'd love to throw one on here and get off in the IB RTH 1 with my meager little 2-lot trade. And, you know, got some stuff to have to do this afternoon, so I'm not going to be able to spend all day here, which I'm not doing anyway. And I've pretty much brought myself around to the point of, I would look real long and hard before I would take any trades after RTH 1. I'm thinking that's a good cutoff. Trade-wise, not for the stream, obviously, because then I continue to learn from it. But I've got to take Tam over to school and straighten out some stuff about her registration for college, and And Mama generally wants to go shopping around Friday or Saturday, so I certainly don't argue with the boss. She's real good looking and a great cook, so you know that'd be extra stupid. Yeah, you got to feel pretty lucky that you got filled on that short at 54 there, my brother. I would love to know how the hell that happened. So were you filled on a TopStep? How did you exercise that on Bookmap? With the TopStep connection to via Rhythmic? That's pretty cool. I mean, if that's what happened. That, again, of course, is the spot where the live market is different. But yeah, I'm looking here too, just because I'm killing time looking. And I don't see any spot at any place where we got over the top of that. There's the only thing that got even close right there, and that's that pop on the Michigan number. Okay. And is that TopStep X then? Or are you executing on via Bookmap? I think you're executing via Bookmap if I remember our conversations before. Yeah, so essentially this should be exactly the same view and data and whatnot, you know, that I've got. In reality, oh, that's great. Good for you. Lucky devil. Oh, maybe they've got you in the A book and I'm in the B book. Maybe that's how it works. What a scam those are, huh? The Fed FX. That's what worries me about this move of TopStep to Project X only. And I know if it's the same outfit, I think it is. They provision the back office with all that A book, B book stuff, and all those kind of things, and I don't like the sound of that much. So here is our VPOC migration. We've had the IB low, IB stat. If you took advantage of any of this level to short, you're at 35, and here's 32. So you are just barely getting scaled. Not quite, but pretty close. And then it could fall out of bed like who laid a chunk, right? And down you go, which would be great for anyone. But I'd be pretty nervous about that trade. And it's not, you know, it would be a trade for me on the IB continuation, having nothing to do with the VPOC migration. That's almost more confusing to me, having that VPOC migration there. I guess logically it should, reinforce the idea, but doesn't look like they're getting much traction there, does it? And we could get a crazy Ivan when this thing goes zooming back up again, but the market's got to move. There you go. Now you're scaled, and you're ahead of the game, and quite potentially will be moving down to the IB low. I'm not on that trade, of course. And with the way the price action is moving since the open, I'm not discretionarily. I am not going to enter that IB continuation trade. Now we're getting into the area where, for me, this would be a test. You know, this would be part of my criteria. We've come through the IB, not just a tick, but down to this liquidity. Do we come back up and touch it and then head back down? That would confirm, would would push me towards an IB continuation trade as opposed to an IB failure. And probably I was not wound in correctly here. Yeah. After all these all-time highs and being put in the last moments of the overnight session, I'm leery of a short, to be completely honest about it. Oh, that's right. I forgot about Edge Pro X. That's right. I forgot about that. Sorry. Uh-huh. I'm not going to try to record these little goofy one-tick maneuvers here on the POC. Let's look at this in depth here, boys and girls. This brings up my discussion yesterday, I think it was. Okay, there's no question in anybody's mind that this is a VPOC migration. And that was at 948. At what point does any trade along here turn into a diddle in the middle? You know, and I don't have the answer to that. This test would likely be if you're just looking at the VPOC migration, for me, it's the IB. Now, would I look at this as an IB continuation test? We tested down. This is a little bit suspicious because it was just a high volume spike down. Now, this is one of those J trade ideas, I think, if you look at it on a bar chart. Or if you had if this were candlesticks, this would be a 3-bar reversal kind of going on here. So I'm spooked. That's right. Exactly. That's kind of right. They shot their bullets. They shot their wad there. And now what are they going to do? Ooh. Now is it going to be an IB failure? The problem with that whole concept of an IB failure is here's the mean. You can't mean revert very far when you're at the mean already. I think this is a good time for me to just have another biscotte and go get some more tea. Well, I'm probably just missed something, but I'm not sure what. My understanding of an IB failure, that's off the table because there's the mean. Now, yeah, I don't know, man. If this volume spike on the low, and you're really trying to do some quick trading, remember that you've only got the IB low and then the mean above you at 32.29. That's only three points to the POC. That ain't much of a long. And of course, the minute I say that, it'll probably go to new all-time high. But I don't think that's where the probabilities would be laying. I don't think. I don't have any idea. I certainly haven't. It's the first time I've ever thought about that one, to be honest with you. Well, what do you do if you're in a situation exactly like this, where the IB statistic has been taken out, but the POC is 2 points or 2 ticks above you or below you, but whichever, right? I don't know. By 30 liquidity, do you mean this? Wherever it went. You mean this stuff that was over here? These 26 contracts that got stopped out right there? Is that what you're talking about? Because there isn't any anymore. There's 91 over here, and that's just pretty much normal across the board. And yeah, I'm not. If you got long down here and you're up here, 6 handles, good for you. Up here at this bar thing or whatever, that's great. But in my world and what I'm doing right now, I'm looking at the IBs, and this migrating down here would have been a great idea to go IB continuation, but it seems like it just pooped out. So I'm pretty damn glad I didn't try to do it. Frankly. I would suppose those were a bunch of stops under the IB, right? That would be my guess. A bunch of people thinking this thing was going to go up. All these guys here, oh, it's going up. We're going to the moon, Alice. You got to remember that a whole buttload of traders out there have no clue what we're doing, have no clue about the VPOC migration or any of that stuff. I think pretty much the world knows about the IB, I think. So, and even if they don't, like if they're Dakota kind of traders or whatever, and they don't have any of these levels on their charts, anytime the market gets down around the bottom and starts going the other way, there's a whole bunch of people that are trying to pick the bottom, and their stops goes, more or less just below that. So I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. I'm certainly not saying I know. Certainly not saying I know. No needs to be sorry if it's working out for you and you're making money. Good for you. It's what I was saying the other day or the other night or something else. Is like Dakota doesn't use volume, doesn't use indicators, doesn't use anything except 5-minute chart and I think a 200 tick or something like that. Those two. Now and then would go. He would go something like, now I don't want to try to enter a trade here, but I'll see if I can do this. He'd do something like this. He'd go, well, okay, so here's a support level. This has been resistance. So when we come back up here again, I'm going to be looking to short this down or the other way around, whatever. I mean, that's as much as I've ever seen the guy do in terms of drawings or anything. He never uses moving averages, never uses volume profile, doesn't have a volume bars at the bottom, nothing. And makes, has withdrawn 220 or 40 or something like that, $1,000 out of TopStep. He's only been trading there a year or I think a year and a half. I am certainly not going to argue with success. I can't do that, I don't think. Sometimes I wonder if maybe I spend way too much time, thinking about all this stuff, and maybe I'd be better off doing that. I don't know. Kind of too far into this whole process to quit at this point. But you see my point. You understand, I'm sure, what I'm saying. Don't be sorry for anything if it's working out for you. If it's the way you can trade and it makes sense to you and you make money, who's going to argue with that? Now, I would say without any reservation that this is diddling in the middle to me at this point, and I'm not going to be part of it. Disappointing because obviously in the IB situation, there's two ways to go. There's the IB continuation or the IB failure. The problem with the IB failure is it is a mean reversion trade, and that's the mean. That's, 3 ticks. So there you go. I think it's, if I'm not mistaken here, it's pretty interesting that C bracket, C period, the entire C period was at one level. Here's A, here's B, C, D. That's interesting as hell. And if I'm not wrong, I can't see it because of the colors very well, but that's pretty crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that. One entire period at one level. Can that be true? I'll have to figure out how to change the background of this thing from dark to white so that I can see these circus tent letters here. That's pretty crazy, though, if that's the case. Oh, I know what it could be. It could be that I have the price levels wrong. That's probably what it is. Hold on a minute here. Let's see if I can do something about that. Yeah, that's got to be it. And it doesn't want to do this, so. It's a matter of the way it's plotting. This is the C. Am I showing the right thing? No, I'm not. This is the C bracket right here. It's just this goofy blue color. So that's the C bracket. That was the open. There's the C bracket. Now we opened into D. I was going, how can that even be possible to have the entire 30-minute bracket in one TPO? And it's obviously not. Pretty clearly over here. Okay. This. IRT's having a problem here. Yeah, not responding great. So happy. Okay, well, we'll just leave IRT alone. There we are. Finally got its shit together. I have no clue. And look at this recalculation, all the big lag times over here. It's just stupid. This machine should be flying through this stuff, I think. If any of you guys are computer wizards, let me know. Well, okay. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I hate to close bookmap or IRT down because I know the folks in the TLab and wherever that rely on the levels are going to have a unpleasant experience for a few minutes. I don't know about strategy as much as I think about context. In my world, as far as that goes, context is part and parcel of the statistic. It's one of the parameters that determines a statistic. I think, if I'm right. Strategy doesn't have anything to do with it. With statistics, I agree. And I need to have I think I need to approach it in the way that I am because that makes sense to me. And there's guys like, I don't know, I don't want to pick on anybody, but there's plenty of people that just trade 100% by the seat of their pants and make money great. And there's people that are real data driven and they also make money. So I'm not sure what what the common denominator there is, but I like the make money part. That's I want to get into the I make money part. I make a lot of money part. Whatever the hell that is. Once upon a time when I was flying in the Caribbean a lot, I would wear not fancy uniform, but a captain's shirt with bars. In those days, we wore khaki shirts and a pair of khaki shorts because it was the Caribbean, right? And I would do that, flying my cargo up and down with bars on my uplets and all that kind of stuff. And somebody was flipping me crap about that one time about, what are you dressing all up like that for? And I said, well, and it was the truth. I said, I walk through customs with a crew deck ahead of everybody, and it takes me about 2.5 minutes. If wearing a pink dress would do that, I'd wear a pink dress. You know, so it's whatever works for you, and that's how I'm going to approach this whole idea. What makes sense and what works for you, that's the key. That's the key. Well, so looks like the IB failure trade is working out. How many times are we going to test this level right here, huh? This looks like a pretty substantial level right here. If you look at that 35-ish over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. I'd say that's a pretty substantial level. I don't see enough room, not enough, quoting Tom here, not enough meat on the bone for a short off of these levels. And now, again, here's our level, right? I'm going to be damn sure not to make a stupid mistake like yesterday, I hope. And all these guys that are betting on the short have got their stops living right up here somewhere. That's a lot of fuel. And all these dorks that are down here that are betting on the long, they had their stops down here, and that's what this guy did. And this guy took them out. Took however many of them, 200, 550 of them right in here. Here we go again. Now both VPOCs have joined up down here at 32s. We've got 10,675 contracts traded out so far. The reason this can be the same amount of contracts as this one, the full session or the Globex, can be the same contracts at that level as the RTH, because this is the full session. It will continue to trade through the RTH session. However, this was the overnight low, so none of this trade was down here yet. This has only been put in after we opened the RTH session. Because in face value, that, you know, you go, well, wait a second. There's 9,000 contracts up here and only 61 over here. How the hell can they be the same down here? Well, that's how. Until we started trading this way, this right here ended right there. That was the low. Overnight low. So that's how that works. In case you're scratching your head wondering about that one, which I have done before and thought about that and figured it out. So I thought it would be worth explaining. Well, there's 579 people with a bet, with a disappointed look on their face. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, we're going short, we're going short, we're going short, we're going short. Oops, we're not going short anymore. Retail soup, baby, that's what we're getting. We're getting a big lunch preparation here of retail soup, near as I can tell. And I'm I'm still of the camp that before too damn long, unless some random risk happens or something, we'll go up and take out that overnight high because that's the all-time high, and these guys hate that. There's our all-time high made yesterday in the RTH session. And here's our all-time high in the ETH. They got pretty close to it again. Didn't this happen yesterday, I think? Wasn't it yesterday? When they did this kind of thing, they followed up here close to it, and then they pulled back down again, and then at the end of the day, whammo zammo, and up we went. I think so. I think I'll change this to 25 RTH. There we go. And this is going to be obviously in the weekend I'll get rid of all these things and move these around, but just for sake of illustration here. Remember that the overnight session is today's trade. So something that traded at 1800 last night, that is booked as a trade of the 18th. So that's, whoop, or did I get that backward? Dyslexia is a wonderful thing, isn't it? There you go. So that's something to remember. And what are we doing now? Well, we're right up here into, here's some liquidity for you. 2.5, 3.5, 4, 5.5, 6.5, 7.5, damn near 1,000 contracts laying in here. Not surprising, it's settlements. It's a big strike. It's expiration. Lots of stuff. What was the stat for the overnight low? I realize this is the ultimate rearview mirror thing here, but I want, for the sake of the overnight low, where'd you go? 34.2. Now there's an interesting one, huh? For the sake of the recording and the stream, I want to have these numbers on there correctly. So when we opened this morning, the probability of this statistic of this price level being revisited was 34.2% of the time. Right above us up here was 46, 46.8, 64, and up we went. So everybody that was all absolutely positive we weren't going to come down there, I was kind of pretty disappointed. Except, of course, when you look down here. Now, this is the statistic for the IB high from yesterday. 65.9%. How in the hell are you going to get to 69.5% without getting through 34.2 twice, first, or 46, or 48? I mean, yeah. And actually, look at this developing value area. Oh, that's not what that was. That was the previous high, right? Was 64.7. That's impossible. Let me think about that a minute. Anyway, maybe I got that statistic typed in there wrong. Let's look at that. Yeah, as the day grinds on. Oh, it's Tom time. See you guys later. I didn't realize that. Time flies when you're having fun, eh? Overnight high. 65.8, sure enough. I mean, IB high, yeah. And IB low is 58.4. Wow. Okay. The study, right? Yeah. What's Tom doing? How many millions of dollars has Tom made today? I hope a plenty. And furs. He trades a hell of a lot, that guy. He's serious about it. I haven't gone over to the static since this morning pre-market. Keep a set of dumbbells around here and some pull-up bar on the door and stuff to keep my blood going and I'll tell you, this is terrible for your health. Standing in front of these two desks, these screens all day long, from 6 in the morning till 8 or 9 at night. Now, granted, there's times away, but terrible for your health, your weight, all those things. So, got to have an alternate plan. Try to do some pull-ups or push-ups or weights or something every hour. Keep the blood cooking. Lungs pumping, whatever. Yeah. And of course, the older you get, it doesn't improve. The more important it becomes, I think. Well, okay, now I wonder. Well, we're in the D period, the E period now. Hmm. Yep. Come on. I would hope that there are folks that are making money trading this. It is certainly not me. This is not my kind of a place where I would choose to engage so far. Based on the overlook here, what have we got? Well, in the IRT, what is context doing? It's absolutely down. Lower highs, lower lows. The opposite of yesterday. Higher lows, higher highs. Okay. Here is, now we've done all the, gap close thing and talked about all that already. What am I thinking about? Well, then if we look at it over here, again, context is down. But there are, and we've had VPOC now, but things in the positives looking for a trade lower would be the IB low was the statistic that was taken out. So by definition, then I could be interested in trading the IB continuation lower. The VPOC migration happened, which is not one of my vetted trades at this point, but it's, plain as a nose on your face. And we've tested up to the VWAP, and there's a vetted trade, supposedly. There is a trade that's brandished about often in the TLab that says VWAP VPOC or mid VPOC. Now, okay. So we have the IB low. First, we have context down. Then we have the IB low. Then we have VPOC migration. And now we've come back up through it to the VWAP. That would be probably justification for a short looking for all of these original ideas. But at this point, considering the fact that we've got that open all-time high above us, this is the RTH, and this is a goofy expiration Friday and things, I'm going to stand aside because I don't, this would be a justifiable short. And let's look further. Short at 38, just by the skin of your teeth, would you have been scaled? And that's all you've got to achieve is a risk neutral scale. But notice where we scaled into. We came right down to all of these highs. What does resistance become? Support, and vice versa, right? So is this resistance has now become support for here? And we're going to trade up again? These are the questions that hit my brain, and so my go-to reaction, rather than clicking the mouse, is to stand back. And I'm sure that's not appealing to anyone, but that's the point of this is my journal, and I'm talking to myself. So, I'm not making this is not advice to anyone. This is me talking out loud, thinking out loud, let's put it that way. The only way I have to, in the stream, obviously the video captures everything. The only way I have to gain any insight as to what I was thinking at the time, a year from now when I'm looking at the stream or tonight or whatever, you get the point. The only way I have any insight as to what I was thinking at that time is this voice narration. And this all started out of, being in the TLab and Tom talking about narrating and suggested this is a great idea. And I picked up on it immediately because I don't multitask well, as I mentioned in the pre-market. I think journaling is important, but for me to be screen snapping and typing and doing all that through the day is just a big diversion. So I choose to do this, and I can just focus on trading. And half the time I forget to switch which screen from the other, so that's how good I multitask. Or how well I multitask. Having said all of that, then, where in the hell am I really? Okay, so we're up to the talked about trading as a business, gap rules, initial balance. I've set up the trading system and how you do that with the trade control panel. Okay, multi-brackets. That it's copy trading, that it's the premise of this thing is that it's a TopStep evaluation or combine, whatever you call it. Want to call them now? I don't know what I think they call them evaluations now. Anyway, that's what it is, or they are. The idea of this whole premise first was to be my journal. And at this point in my journal and my development of these trading style and setups and stuff, in my opinion, it makes a hell of a lot more sense to risk $50 a month than to put risk capital or capital to risk, at risk. Okay? And in addition to that, then the stream will document without question and with complete full transparency the entire process from the beginning through XFA and live trading. That's the idea. So it's, there's several benefits to me doing this journal this way. And that just they didn't start out thinking about all that. It started out being my journal. And then I thought, well, this is could be kind of a good thing for those coming along behind. And that's where it's at. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. To quote the old country song. Oh. We're chewing our way through that liquidity there, my brother. Look at there. Banging our heads on settlement. Settlement is now the mid. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. All those guys that were excited about the IB continuation short, maybe not so much at this point. These price levels are pushed from IRT, as I've described many times. And I provide them free to whoever would like them in the TLab and Static or wherever. And if you're listening in here or lurking or whatever, click like, click subscribe, then you could be notified. All I get out of the stream besides my journal is the clicks and the likes, so that's kind of good reinforcement. But drop something in the chat for sure, and then we'll make a plan to get these levels are updated real time from Sunday night through close of market today at 1600 on Friday. I guess today's Friday, isn't it? So yeah, my pleasure. And I also, as I think I mentioned somewhere in the pre-market, I push the the minis and the micros because people trade both. Sneaking up on that all-time high from yesterday. Ooh. What's up here? Yeah. Retail soup, boys and girls. That's what's going on right now. What do we got here? 31.27 to 53. So basically 25 handles wide so far. 11 o'clock. All right. Call it 30 to 53. That's 25 handles, I guess. And add 2. That's a pretty narrow range with some news behind it. And pretty quick, we're going to have random risk. What's going on with TopStep X? I haven't looked at that little beauty in a while. Oh, looky there. So here's TopStep X on the micro NASDAQ. You got to keep moving this. You got to keep this volume profile up yourself by pulling this across. The other one that they have available in this TopStep X is visible screen only, which I find completely useless. And these are their TopStep levels. Let's get rid of some extra lines here. And this one looks like a line we need to get rid of right here. There we go. I found out the hard way. I used to keep all the profiles, and then I found out the hard way that all of these lines will continue to project until pretty soon you've got such a, looks like a knitting basket over here on, and I worked out that, well, that wasn't going to be of any help. So this is the Globex and then the RTH, and I figured that's best I can do. This is TopStep X, which is built on Project X data. And if you have Quant Tower, you can log on to it with your TopStep X or you download it. You can log on to your TopStep X with your TopStep X logon stuff and specify program X data, and it will work, but it's only level 1. So the book is useless is right over here, you know. So the heat map, I was trying to do that to see if I liked the heat map as some sort of possible replacement for bookmap. But this is what you get, right? So you get nothing. I mean, you just get a little line that goes, you know. It's pretty useless, I think. Obviously, if you were going to use it, then you would want to get the level 2 data, which you have to pay them for. And since I already do that for the Rhythmic level 2, I'm not prepared to do that with these guys now. And if I read the whole shooting match right, even though you use Quant Tower or are able to use Quant Tower in the evaluation and the XFAs, when you go live, you cannot use it anymore to trade with. Obviously, you can have 37,000 different programs open if you want to, and you want to buy your own data. That's up to you. But to execute with, you would need to use this, I guess. Or perhaps Plus 500, which is the execution platform from Plus 500, and that's the outfit that I think is the execution or the executing broker for the prop firm. That's how I understand it. So there you go. I was funded with them one time, and then that, talk about terrible timing. I got funded in the days when there wasn't an XFA. You passed the combine, and then you got funding, a live account. While we were moving, and I had not read the contract, I'll be the first to say that. But if you weren't active for a specific period of time, they just closed the account. And we were moving, and this was during the end of COVID in 21, and all of our stuff was floating around the ocean for a few months. And that's kind of what prompted me to build this trading machine, actually. And my daughter was pretty tickled about it because she inherited the old trading machine, and she games on that 24/7 pretty much. But and the account got closed, so I never got to really use take a payment or do anything. I got my little certificate that says congratulations, and that's all I got out of it. And purely my fault, purely not breeding, you know. I mean, how old do you have to be to know to read the contract, right? So I'm excited to see this turn into the XFA, which is now a new thing that you can get payouts from. And they used to have it when you could have a live account and also XFAs running at the same time. But I think that's gone away also, I believe. A lot of changes over there. If you're trading with TopStep in any way, be sure you go check out all the stuff to do with platforms and everything like that. Now, having said that, again, obviously I'm trading with Bookmap and IRT, and I'm trading on Rhythmic. According to what I have read so far, and of course there could be, you know, a change, and there could also be some fine print somewhere that I didn't get. But what it says straight up is if you are currently trading as I am now using Rhythmic and these platforms, basically the only thing I get from TopStep is the data, Rhythmic data, because I'm not using their stuff for any of my charting or my executions. According to what it says is once you get into the live XFA and the live account, you can continue to do that. But the minute you have to reset, obviously you can't reset a live account, but the minute you have to reset in an XFA or a combine, you have to use TopStep X. Any new combine, you have to use TopStep X, and any reset between now and the 1st of August, after the 1st of August, any reset, you have to use TopStep X. And that would not be so bad if it was reasonable, but it is a real stripped down version of TradingView, and I think sucks, frankly. I mean, that having to mess with the volume profile that way. For example, years ago, I traded with Tradevate before they were bought by Ninja, because that was, of course, the kiss of death, as far as I'm concerned. Tradevate was great. I would, if that was a similar kind of program, TopStep X was, I would be completely happy. I didn't have anything to do with Bookmap. I did have IRT because I would frequently, because I'm anal and, you know, about data, I would check to make sure that I was getting the same data, highs, lows, feed, tick, all that kind of stuff with Tradevate as I was with IRT and Rhythmic, because I thought that, you know, I sort of take that as a benchmark. But you certainly didn't need to, and you could certainly trade with Tradevate and do fine. That's actually how that's how I became funded with TopStep, actually. Come to think about it. I hadn't thought about that till right now, but that is it, just before we moved. And I think once before I had to, and then just blew it up. But now it's different, right? So with TopStep X, it's I'd say it's, in my opinion, it's real immature at this point. It's built on TradingView, but you can't put an IB. You can't do any of those kind of things. And I see people use TradingView for, you know, nicely done, well presented indicators, whether it's IB, volume profile, that kind of thing that I'm not interested in. Everybody can do, you know, moving averages, come on. But, you know what I mean. So that's the volume profile is a perfect example. Here you go. We've got a new candle, right? This will not update. It'll stop right there until I grab the bottom and move it over there one. Because indicators, I have learned that you have to use a volume profile fixed range. The only other option is volume profile visible range. And that means that every time you scroll in or out and the bars are visible, the volume profile is jumping all over the place. Completely useless as far as I can see. So that's why right now there's a big question, I think, in a lot of people's minds is about the force to use TopStep X. Now, after that big diatribe, again, you only have to execute on it. So, and here's a perfect example. There's no functionality for a good bracket order on TopStep X. That's pretty basic, I think, you know, but there is not one. So that's, as there is with multi-brackets over on Bookmap. Now, you could certainly have Bookmap for charting and IRT for charting and have your TopStep X just open like a dome or something where you execute. Definitely do that. Antonio does something similar. He charts with, I think, Bookmap, probably watches my IRT stuff, I guess. I believe he also uses TradingView, but the real version, and executes on Interactive Broker, which is he's done for a long time. So there's, you know, you can certainly do that. But there's functionality like bracket orders and stuff, which is, in my opinion, is really taking a big step backwards. And to my knowledge, there's no point and click or chart trading with point and click either, to be honest with you. The only way I know to do that is you got to go here. You can buy market, sell market, do limit stops at wherever your mouse was, or you can point and click on the dome. But there's not a, just like over here, you can, you know, granted it has to be in the active data column, but you can do that. And in most other programs, you can. I believe in the full version of TradingView, you can also, but I'm not sure of that. And I'm not saying anything bad about TopStep or the fact that they're, you know, hey, it's, you know, Michael came up with the idea and built TopStep, you know, and it's paying off in spades. He's now lives in a nice, big, beautiful house with his family in Aspen and skis every day. You know, good for him. I take nothing from them. And if they want to switch to program X, that's up to them. The rumor that I heard also was that they're going to go away from the prop model pretty quick to a brokerage like EdgeClear or, you know, any of them. It would be an introducing broker, not a brokerage, not an executing brokerage, but it would be an introducing brokerage. And then, you know, people, I don't know where well, you wouldn't have any prop. You'd have to deposit your money and open an account. And if that were the case for me and I were not already funded, I would not even consider it if the only option I had to trade with was this TopStep X. Personally, you know, and I've already said how I feel about opening a brokerage account. If you cannot be statistically and consistently profitable with a prop account, why in the world do you imagine that putting your own capital in a brokerage account at risk with the limited leverage and all those things that come with it? How do you possibly imagine that's a good idea? How does anyone? I think for a developing trader, that's a real, you know, I don't think that's a very good thought process. Good. Is he actually trading? That's great. Back when I first joined TopStep, it used to be he didn't do this. Bookmap did not have all these different chat rooms and schedules, you know, and Tom would start trading early in the morning and the streams would go for like 4 hours and stuff. That was great. And if I noticed lately, as I think I mentioned here in the stream, that the last couple of days, I noticed that he posted a screen snap of Bookmap with the actual order entry and stop and target on it, like I always do. I mean, I do them real time right here on the stream, but he was posting those snaps, which is similar to what we do with Static with Rod and everybody else. And that's great. I think that's I think that would be a positive thing for the TLab. You know, I think Tom's great and TLab's great. But that is one thing. It's like, well, okay, I've never really seen, you know, I hear a lot of this stuff, but I've never really seen anything. So if he's doing that, that's really great. Or, you know, Trading Live, also great. I haven't even looked over there, to be honest with you. Since I started doing this stream as my journal, I try to focus on it. So, and you know, I'm not a multitasker, which I've said 1,000 times. So doesn't do me any good to be watching somebody else's stream and live feed, because that wouldn't be good for me to do. I mean, it would not be helpful. Something's going on. Core psychological framework for traders. Okay. Ned's busy doing stuff. That's great. Whoever, Peppy and Lucky. It's amazing how quickly or how the posters and the people turn over over there in the TLab. It's always a fresh crop. Well, there was your mid. I hope you got short. Whoever said that, squirrel. I'm just looking at the TLab notes now, actually. Not the stream. And what is happening in the world of static? Let's just see. Gen Z made some money. Looks like. VPOC migration alert chart. Oh, an IRT. Okay. I always forget which window I'm on. Sorry about that. And I very rarely zoom around all the windows. I only have two, so it isn't a lot of zooming to do, but I mean, I have lots of monitors here. I didn't mean that. What I mean is monitors that can be pulled into the stream. This is static. The other one was Bookmap, was TLab. And then my typical IRT here. I forget which one monitor I'm looking at, and there you go. What can I say? Well, if you're trading things like mid flip VPOC, there you are. And that would be 8 handles if it gets there. That's not on my vetting trade menu now because I'm doing the IBs, and that's got nothing to do with an IB, of course. So, unless if you wanted to imagine that that was an IB failure, which it is not, because here's the POC. So, yeah, I'm just standing here wondering what to do next. Ooh, 11:30, 11:15. So we have definitely gotten into RTH2. And I'm going to get some water. If I'm not mistaken, I smell bacon. Ooh, baby. That's annoying, whatever the hell that is. I don't get that at all. There's a lot of stuff here I'm not getting lately. So here we go. Context is down, lower highs, lower lows, sell the pullbacks. Is this how you say it? And if you sold this IB high up here, you are just one happy camper. I would be. 53.31, 22 points, right? Boom. To the IBs. Never mind the Globex low. Here's our volume profile, kind of starting to look like they're trying to put a B shape in, which is long liquidation. That's not too surprising. NQ, micro composite. And our old famous, oh, here we go now. We're coming back up with the VPOC migration back up. My. What's that mean? That means I'm going to go eat bacon and whatever else that good-looking gal out there is cooking up. All right, back in a flash. There we go. So we got an IB continuation after a crazy Ivan. Okay. Oh, and look at the bracketing algo coming down there now all of a sudden. Where'd that idiot come from? Remember when that was a big mess for a while? And they're diverging from NQ. That's interesting. Well, never ceases to happen when I step away. Not that this would be, what would this be? I guess this would have been the trade to go. Take the trade to take. Let me see. Down through, substantially through, back up for the test, and then off. Now what is it going to do, though? Who knows? Well, I mean, it's spilt milk, rearview mirror trading. I'm not going there. What I am going to do is go do a couple other things. Look at this bracketing algo sliding along here. Huh. Boy, I hope that doofus doesn't come back. That was irritating. Yeah, I'll be back. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a promise. That's a promise or a threat, depending on how you look at it. Well, here we come back up to the IB low to test again. I guess they're going to follow through in divergent. Well, they're now they're swinging around with the NQ. It was ahead of us in divergence. The NQ had diverged up here when this was down here. Now we're back up to test that developing value area high or low. Sorry. Oh, man. Well. Oh, that's not good. I see a crack in my keyboard cable. I'm going to put some tape on that or a shrink wrap or something and stop playing with it. These old keyboards, I don't know if they're even available anymore. I know my white one is the real old ergonomic Microsoft one. And these newer ones, I think they are still available. I can't type on anything else. Not that I'm a blazing typist on these, but at least I can keep up. All right, let me get some reference here. 31, 29. All right, well, trade safe. I'm going to step away for a couple here, and before I talk myself into taking this IB continuation trade, frankly, I don't think that's a prudent thing to do at this time. And so I'm going to let my discretion be the better part of valor. All right, so there is the IB continuation. Now, that test right there, scale would have been here, and everything's good. Cool. Sorry I missed that. Certainly won't chase it, and I'm going to go see what the boss is up to now over the noon hour. All right, now where are we? Well, it's 12:30. We're in that 12 to 1 period of time. We're putting in a barcode down here at the bottom. We are divergent from the NQ. I'm going to go run an errand or two with the boss here. So trade safe. Remember, this is Friday. It's options expiration. We're in the middle of random risk. There's, stuff going on in the White House, and the trade tariff guys is on the loose, so be careful. Well, they put in that barcode since 11/22, huh? All over the top of the IB low. Oh, picked a good time to have the boss need me to go run errands with her. And here we are coming into the cash close on a Friday evening. So I can get a bunch of homework done and clean things up. Do some back testing. And be pleased that I've held my ground here today. That's great. Now, following on with the earlier dialogue, narration, or whatever the hell you want to call it, we put in an all-time high again last night in the ETH, and we have not taken it out so far today. But, we could in the next hour and 5 or 8 minutes, but I sort of doubt it. So that will be on the table next week, I would say, without question. I actually have no proof about that, but if you look back at all the all-time highs and all the records, they're always made, or they are always finally recorded in the RTH session. Like this, we might have had one where ETH put it in, but then here they came, right? They came over the top of it and put this one in here. Yesterday, same thing. It was down here. Came over the top of it. In the ETH, that didn't last. We came across it yesterday and put it in here. And then last night, the ETH brought it up again. So I'm not saying that I have a statistic that says, that's the absolute fact, but there you are. That's what I think, anyway. And here's our day. Here's our entire range today, down to the IB low here. And then just rotating all over the top of it.
Curious. I don't know.
I never look at. All right. Now where am I? What am I doing? Who's on third? Okay, VPOC migration. Well, I missed a couple crazy items here. No, I got it. It was right there. Now we're back up again. Isn't that funny? All day, we only had a couple of VPOC migrations down, and they were all south. So there you go. Just printing a zipper over here. Boy, this thing is a mess. It's time. I'm glad it's Friday. Then this thing will all come off tomorrow and be restarted, and everything will be back to normal, I hope. There should be absolutely no reason that there's any lags going on right now. This is completely nonsense. And the problem I have with this rig, this computer that I have built, of course, is that I can't swap out the CPUs or anything, because it's a if you're using an i9 and DDR5 RAM, etc., that's all dedicated. So I can't, like throw a Ryzen 9 or a Threadripper or something in it and change it up. Mandela Day. I didn't realize that. Madiba. Pretty great guy. I was there then when he was released from Robben Island and when he won the election and they took their place at the head of the country. I was in Southern Africa at that time. That isn't what I was looking for, but that was interesting. That's what I was looking for. The hell is all that? Not sure I want to do any of this, but we'll see what's happening here. Didn't want to do that very bad. It's a new version of the ROG ROG. I don't want live service. I don't want this thing doing anything live, to be honest about it. Armory Crate installer is what it's running, and that is the utility for the motherboard and everything else. I don't think I want this happening, but I'm not sure about that. I can just uninstall it, I guess. What I wanted to see was if there was any kind of heat issues or anything, and that typically that's a fast thing to do, and now I'm in the middle of this mess. I don't want anything live. This thing going out and talking to somebody else. I only data connections I want in and out of this at this time are typically on the trading day, are they or the trading related. I'm about ready to kill this thing. I'm just about thinking I don't like it. Okay, that's the cash close, boys and girls. There we are. On another weekend of the books. And talk about a whimper close, huh? Wow. I tell you what I'm going to do now is I'm going to wish you all a great weekend. I'm going to get ready to do my maintenance stuff. And bid you a fond farewell. I'll be back up on Sunday evening at 1700 or before a little bit for the ETH. And the stream will be live and direct at 0800 on a Monday morning. Have yourself a great weekend. Step away from these screens and get outside and breathe some air and, do something else. Remember that life balance is really important. You worry and fret about your psychology and overtrading and all these kind of things. A big part of that is the balance in your mind, the balance of your outlook. So, I'm no shrink, but I'm pretty old, so that helps. I got some, it may not be the knowledge, but it's the